Heard NVIDIA's got a new GPU. It's got ray tracing and seems pretty cool. But I can't afford it, do you know why?
Tell me why.
'Cause these Bitcoin miners be driving the prices sky high. All I want is a new GPU, but I can't buy one because of you.
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
Why won't you let me play my game?
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
That's got Cyberpunk on my PC, but I had to set the graphics to garbage quality. I can't even see Judy's hair move properly, 'cause these Bitcoin miners force me to be financially responsible. All I want is a new GPU, but I can't buy one because of you.
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
Why won't you let me play my game?
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
Settings on extreme.
Yip yip.
But when I awoke, realities I broke. I swear to God I'm done with every single one of these goddamn Bitcoin miners driving up the prices. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them.
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
Why won't you let me play my game?
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all. Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
Why won't you let me play my
Fuck Bitcoin, fuck Ethereum, fuck miners ruining it all.
That was 4 minutes. Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Ixon. Hi, Brian. And hi, Nexus. Oh my god, that's already two truck. See, I still don't know why the milk came from there, so it's a little bit concerning. Maybe it's fine, I don't know. So, something I might want to mention. Alright. I think tomorrow I actually might not be able to stream until next Saturday. Essentially, it's a week. Fuck. God damn it. Tomorrow I need to get ready for more files that I need to get from for the Czech embassy and also for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Just a little bit more. So tomorrow I might have to drive to a few places to get things photostated. So it's like might be a little bit troublesome. And then tomorrow last preparation. Monday I have to fly to KL already. So Monday fly. Plan is Monday fly. Tuesday is going to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wednesday is free. And then Thursday is going to the Czech Republic ambassador. And then Friday I came back. And then Saturday is going to be stream again. So essentially that's something like that, yeah. But because tomorrow I have some extra things I need to take care of, that's why I may not be able to stream tomorrow. Very unfortunate. Also, hi, hope you are doing good. Hi Brian, hi Ixon, and hi Nexus, and hi Dragon Colony. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm a little bit like tired these days, to be honest, but doing streams is why I like it. It actually makes me feel less tired when I stream. Or other than like streaming for 6 hours or 7 hours straight, then I might feel tired the other way. I don't know. I genuinely enjoy being here. It's fun. And also, I found out that there's 3. So out of all the music that I listened yesterday, all the Eurobeat remixes, right? The Chicken Attack got muted. Okay, Chicken Attack got muted, and then 2 songs that I don't recognize. I should probably check them. I know there's 3 music that got muted. Anyway, how are your Saturday going, or Friday night? Because for me, a lot of things is happening. Wow. I'm still trying to like wrap my head around the things that I need to do. It's just kind of scary because it's the first time me going to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I don't know what to expect from there. And also the Czech embassy, the Czech Republic ambassador or embassy. So I don't know. I'm I'm getting nervous. I'm getting kind of nervous. But I think I'll be fine. Probably, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Here, appeal muted. So, Chicken Attack, Sorairo Days, and The Golden One featuring Joey Beatty, The Witcher Season 2, original soundtrack from Netflix. Oh, so these 3 music got copyright striked. I'm surprised Crazy Frog didn't. Well, not strike. Sorry, it got muted. Crazy Frog didn't get anything. I mean, to be fair, I just immediately paused the. I immediately paused the Crazy Frog video and just like go next. I'm surprised KDA from League of Legends didn't get muted though. Let's see, where were we? This Bring Me to Life. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, I want this one. Oh hell yeah. That's Tira. That couple is back there. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. I feel like I actually not be asleep at the exact wrong time. No. A dragon hugging dragon. Wow. I'm proud of you. Also, I need to put this one here. I haven't opened up the set brush yet. Today... Yes. Oh, it's so good. Goofy singing is the best. Save me! So good. Anyway, I think today I don't know if I want to do art entirely today. I kind of want to play a little bit of game today as well, because I realized yesterday I got a little bit stressed out for some reason. Hey, yeah. I open Goofy you soon? How you gonna goofy me, Roland? I need to open up the things real quick. I can't wake up. Save me. Okay, there we go. Love you, Pure Ref. I cannot zoom up more than this. And I better not keep zooming up. There is something spicy down there and I don't want to show it on stream. Right, anyway. I feel like today I might be able to sort of get it right. Yesterday was a little bit of a struggle for the horns and stuff. But now I think I might be able to do it. I kinda want to fix the snoot a little bit. I feel like the snoot looks a little bit weird now. A little bit. Because I essentially changed the entire head. So maybe some needs to change. Something needs to change. Maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, this one is not even copyrighted. Oh, sorry, not muted. I should stop saying that. Oh, there's still a lot of music going on. So last night... Okay, last night was until this one. Okay. I'm gonna check which music is gonna get like copyrighted. Oh, sorry, not copyright, muted on Twitch. Come on, like there's a lot going on in my brain. Oh. I have my curry rice right here for some reason. Oh, it's one of your favorite music? Heck yeah. Hi, Malicious McFly. Hi, Sandy. Okay, problem is this one. Ooh, that's kinda hype. Summer Beach. What's it called, like Joe? Oh my god, that's kinda hype though. Oh, this is... I like this one. I feel like it's actually pointing up a lot more than this, right? Yeah, it feels like it. Hi, Brecky. They played this at the Dead Dog at Scotiacon, and I love dancing to it. Heck yeah. I want to see which music will get muted on Twitch again. Oh my god. Drink. I would drink. Yeah. Fish of the day. Fish of the day is a heckin' legendary. Heck yeah. If I just put this close enough. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. But maybe not this much, I feel like. Yeah, okay. I might be onto something here. Ixen? Force water on Dirk and force water on Dirk. On which Dirk? I'm a Dirk today as well, oh my god. I mean, Tira ran away, and now I'm here. Oi. Let me try this. Lots of pet and being spoiled today. Donkey on the fly? It's normal. This is what non-standard humanoid happens. When extra bones collide with each other, that happens, I believe. Was that Undertale? I think if I sort of smooth out here, this might be it actually. Also, I'll definitely mention on Discord what I mentioned. I'll say, I'll mention on Discord what I said. That's what I'm trying to say. Won't be able to stream tomorrow, and I will be back. I will be back next Saturday. Can I play more Dragonica after? I kinda want to play more Dragonica later. I might be addicted. Oh no. Oh no. Don't pitch them. No. Maybe not. If this is it, then it it doesn't look too weird, I feel like. Although this part right here is very weird. I feel like... How do I reduce this? But this might be it actually. Oh. I guess the kobold is following you now. You got a kobold. Wow. So many Teurons. Maybe it's just actually one Teura, but Teura just keeps coming back to you. An entire Teura. Exactly. Kobolds in the pond. She's jumping back to the lake to eat the fishing line. For the sake of dragon, I guess she'll do that, yeah. Sharp. I'm gonna see if I can fish my own kobold this one. More kobold. Nope. I got food instead. My luck is so weird. Last time I got 个是百千万十万百万千万千万亿3亿7533万2678 I think it's something like that. Triggerfish and now 2 legendaries back to back. The fish likes you today. This part when I dynamesh it looks so weird though. I got raided. Oh no. More muscle? I'm not so muscle in the pond today. No, okay, I see the problem. I don't know how to fix it. Here, whenever I Dynamesh it looks so weird. Clay polish? Now I feel like the snoot is a big problem. Is it just me? I don't know. Maybe not that much. Okay. I can try something. I feel like the lower jaw is too long, isn't it? Is this what's been throwing me off? Can you push me out of bed? I will be your bad influence. Bad is good though. Try and make this flat. No, wait. Why do I see so much problem now? I mean, if we ignore this, that looks very wrong, right? I mean, okay, look, the mouth here, or like the mouth closing works, right? But why is there so many excess volume here? Oh wait, I think that's normal. Oh yeah, okay. Look, okay. So when the mouth moves, the entire lower jaw moves. Okay, that's my problem. It's not just here that moves. Over here moves a little bit to the up as well, but maybe not this much. Okay, so maybe that's the problem, which is not a problem. Right, so maybe Schnoot is like kind of fine. Yes? What's the Brekkie while in bed? Good. We keep Brekkie in bed so that I can be the bad influence. To me it's always like bed is good. I mean, to be fair, because I used to like believe that sleeping is such a waste of time, right? I used to think like, oh, sleeping, when I sleep I do nothing, it's such a waste of time. So I sort of just do like, I sleep at 4 or 5 a.m. and then waking up at 7 or even 8 the latest. And then just stay like that for a few days or even like close to a week and a half. Right? And then after doing that for a bit, I feel so sluggish. I feel like I cannot accomplish anything at all because of lack of sleep, because of sleep deprivation. And then after that, I realized how fucking important sleep is. So I just realized that whenever I used to say sleep is for the weak, I mean it. And now I say sleep is not for the weak, and I mean it as well. Oh, sorry. It's so hypocritical, I know, right? It is a waste of time. It's just a very important waste of time. Now, I should say, sleep is definitely not a waste of time. If something is important, it's not a waste of time. No. Sleeping is essential. It's not a waste of time. I definitely feel that way now. So every day I'll at least give myself 6 to 8 hours of sleep every day, if possible, right? Although sometimes when push comes to shove, I might not be able to do that. But most of the time, if I can, I'll fucking do it. 6 to 8 hours. Then sometimes I might even oversleep for a little bit, like 10 hours. Like, okay, yeah, let's not sleep for too much. That's how I feel about sleep. Now, thing is, I kind of want to have a bit of a personal liberty to this. I want to take liberty of this. Because over here, the horn is at the front. Over here, the horn is at the back. I kind of want to make an decision. But Woe is not here though. I want to make the horn be behind the big horns instead of in front of the big horns. Because if this one is in front, then this one here feels very weird now. Like this one looks good. This one looks a little bit, I mean, this one looks good still, but on the 3D space, I feel like it's gonna look very weird. Well, before I complain, I can always like try to put it back first. So if I want to put it behind, it has to be, let's see,
Here we go, it's the end of the show. Hear them
Might have to change a little bit here. Morning, Snow Wolf. Behind is not flat. I'll make it not flat, but just not too big. Sleeps on top of Kobo. I think Tira can handle that. Should be fine. This music? Oh, you know this music? A Blue Lock? No, but fucks, heck yeah. I think so far my personal favorite is definitely the Fuck Bitcoin music. That one is fire. Absolute fire. Huge ass, can you send this to me? Literally wrote me from a sleepy stupor because I'm never printing. I don't know if I should apologize for that or you're welcome. Maybe a little bit of both, I guess. I'll send it to you through Discord. I'm listening to this channel's playlist currently. So, you're the best? No. No, I'm far from the best. Oh my god. More. More shiny? Oh my god. 50k points. Nice. Rookie numbers, pump those way up. Heck yeah. We support each other here. Let's pump those way up together. Really likes me today. Still no Jade though, but I got a hold you. That's also cool. You got a combo today that's gonna be following you. Maybe that's a Tiara. Maybe that's a combo that looks exactly like Tiara, but maybe not Tiara. You never know. It's kobolds, I'm telling you. Is this a song from Metal Gear Rising? I have no idea. I think maybe. That's from Metal Gear Rising, I think. I never seen these characters. Yes? Okay. I'm listening to a playlist here. So, yeah. Like, this person right here has a whole list of Eurobeat that they do on their own. It's pretty amazing, honestly. Vikas music. Should probably tell. Yeah, I've been listening to Vikas music yesterday and today. Been meaning to play it for a long time. I don't think I've seen the game anywhere, question mark? Is the game on Steam? No. It's fucking crazy. Oh. I don't think there is. I own it on Steam, I thought. Is it banned on Malaysia? That could be why. Let me check Google. I'm a little bit curious. Because I heard a lot of good things about Metal Gear Rising. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? It is on Steam. The items can... Ah, there you go. It's banned on Malaysia, I think. Oops, sorry. Unfortunate. I guess the only way to play is to be yar har har and a bottle of rum. Maybe I can play it that way. I think I'll make the horn like this and I hope that's fine. They said it cannot be purchased in Bhutan, Brunei, Darussalam. Oh, that makes sense. Cambodia, China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Republic of Laos, People's Democratic Republic, Macau, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Nepal, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, Thailand, Vietnam. So it's the entire, well, almost the entire Southeast. It's the entire Southeast Asia and some Asian country. No, I feel like that's the entire Asia. I mean, they went so specific until even Brunei Darussalam cannot buy it. It's like, So maybe that looks like the entire Asia. Yeah, even Mongolia, crazy. 蒙古连蒙古都不能买啊。It's not censorship? It's laziness? Oh fuck, that's the worst. What the frick? It's fucking oh. Right. Huh. I thought Konami was pretty okay. They refused to license the game for the Asian PC market. Oh my god, I fucking hate them now. Because of that, I cannot play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Well, I mean, I can still play it through, you know, I just have to become Yan Har Har in a bottle of rum. Drink a bottle of rum and then probably just like go whatever. Hi Safira. Meepity meep. Yo ho ho. Yeah. I feel. Look, maybe if I just overpower this part right here, then maybe. Let me do something. Okay. Hope you're doing good, Safira. It's been a while. Love the model. Thank you. I don't know if it's the one I'm working on or the one I'm using, but hey, appreciate it still. Thank you. Shadow the Hedgehog? Ow, the edge? Son the hedge. Ow, the edge. Oh my god, you're right, it is Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh my god, it's Shadow the Hedgehog, oh my god. Oh, I don't think I've seen Hypnosis on this model. That's kinda cool. This one has a great selection. I know, I've been enjoying them a lot. Doing okay, should be sleeping now. Oh, I mean, sleeping sounds good. something making you not able to sleep? You can say what you want about the Sonic Adventure era games, they're not great, but the music fucks. I always feel that way about Sonic games, right? I don't play as much Sonic games, to be honest. But the music of like Sonic games in general is just so fucking good. Like insanely good even. Friends keeping me awake and brain too active? Aww. Orientation. Oh god, orientation. Okay, there we go. They've never slept on the soundtracks even in the OG Genesis days. Right? Like, just the Green Hill is so iconic. And then the Emerald Hill is also iconic. Why game? Why it? Why is there science? Oh my god, there's science? Help. I'm gonna have a bad time? Oh god. Not like this, Sam. I'm having a bad time, help. Why is there Sans in my playlist? Sans is cool. Point to me a Sonic game with a bad soundtrack and I point to you, a fucking liar. Yeah, like at the back of my mind, pretty much the Sonic games that I play doesn't have any bad soundtrack, I feel like. At worst, they are just like, oh, they are not as good as the other ones. At best, it's like, it's fucking fire. It's so good. Not the way the horn is coming up, by the way, that shit around the base is crazy. I mean, trying to get it right throughout the entire yesterday. Maybe I don't want to put it here. Sonic CD American OST? Oh, it's different? American and Japanese, it's mediocre, but I blame it on the fact that they rush out half a soundtrack in a few weeks to replace one of the best OSTs in the series for no fucking reason. I have no idea about Sonic CD, to be honest. Oh, I'm gonna be a bad dragon today. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna order drinks. I haven't done it in a long time. I'm gonna go get my phone real quick. Yeah, I'm back cool. I got my phone. Bad dragon. I know I did find something more so. Oh yeah, the mains. I did spend quite a long time, quite a lot of time on the mains. It was fun. I'm sure I had all now. I don't need T4. %20 off. Minimum order of 25. I'm gonna order something real quick. Is that Freebird at the background? That and also discount 5 ringgit discount. Oh, I cannot get the 10 ringgit discount? Tisha has a Rasputin remix, they're one of my favorite songs of all time. Rasputin sounds very fun, honestly. How about T5? get this one. Ah, okay, this one has 10 ringgit off. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Royale mango pudding? Mango? I mean, mango is not bad, I feel like. Kazu was hype. Three? There was a huge noises on the ceiling. Am I being stopped? What? What was that sound? Holy shit. 150 more to use this voucher. 150 more? Oh, even my eyes. Hey, that looks kind of cool. Minimum spend 25. I'm almost done. Give me a few more minutes, I think.
On the fringe of the great North Sea. Oh, had they died by Pierce's side?
26. Oh. It's a little pricey, but I think 26 for 3 items is pretty good. I have 1 drink, 2 food. 1 drink, 2 food. Oh my god, I am so fucking greedy. Let's do it. Place offer. To here, yes, looks good. And ordered. Heck yeah. Dragon Leonard to rest? Maybe. Hopefully. I hope that's the case. It'll be less scary. A lot less scary, actually. There we go. I was also trying to like replay messages for a little bit. Okay, I'll put this here so that I can see. Alright, let's continue working on those. Ting tong, ting tong tong. Spoken English. Okay, can. Hi, Crip. Been a while, Crip. Hope you're doing good.
This one is from my one and only true love, Princess Peach.
Princess Pichu? Wow, even Peaches got the got the Eurobeat remix.
You're so cool.
Oh my god.
And with my star, we're gonna rule. Peach, understand. I'm gonna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 peaches.
Oh my god. It's so fucking good. Hello? Okay, maybe there's a bit of a bias towards Bowser. You know, Bowser are pretty hot. But still, it's pretty good.
Mario, Luigi, and a Donkey Kong too. 1,000 troops of Koopas couldn't keep me from you. Princess Peach at the end of the line. I'll make you mine. Oh, peaches, 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 peaches. I love you.
Is this how the original music went? Or does it sound more hype? Maybe crash it out at the end of the song. Okay, good. Is Jack Black? That's what I mean, of course. Yeah. I love Bowser and I love Jack Black actually. Rider picked up an order? That's so fast? Oh my god. He wants his music. Boss D? Triple R. Oh, it's Bollywood stuff, okay. Okay, I saved, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a lot of polygon for a... I mean, I can always optimize it after with decimation. Decimation, sorry. Jack Black is awesome. DRHS is awesome. Wow. No, 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 no. Oh my god, it's Jack Black. I cannot even compare. Holy shit. Okay, you know what? That looks pretty okay, I think. I mean, it's not exactly how this looks like, but in general, I think this one looks a lot better, I think. Yeah, I think this one looks more cleaner. At least a little bit more cleaner. The improvement is like pretty much everywhere, I feel like. That's good to know. I might be stroking. Am I stroking my own ego? Oh no. Okay, now I need to add... I'll keep it like this for now. Now I want to add this jewelry, which I think shouldn't be too hard, I feel like. Hopefully. Hopefully this will not make me crash out. I mean, I already did a mini crash out yesterday. I was struggling too much. I'm gonna use Cube again. I think Cube is the way to go. More clean in general.
What we're living in, let me tell ya. It's a world that man can eat at all, but things are big that should be small. You can tell what magic smells, we'll be doing for us, and I'm giving all my life to this world. Only to be told, I can see, I can breathe, no, I'm not where we'll be. And nothing's gonna change the way we live, 'cause we can always do it.
First one is just a simple U in the inner side of the ring, okay. Oh, my food is almost here. Oh, fuck. The person teleported. Alright, I'll be right back. Why is it so fun? Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Just wanna do this real quick. Should be a lot more flatter. Actually, before I do this, isn't this Virgil? I think it might be a bit too thick. Can I squeeze them? Okay, I can. hell yeah, I am the storm. Let's fucking go. Can I sleep again? And then how Brian pops in for a little bit. It's like, hell yeah, I am the storm. And then I eat. have good eat, Brian. The music I have might be a little bit too hype. I think that looks pretty good. I need to get my drink. My table is a little bit messy. Oh, there's too many stuff. I need to clean up someday. Maybe tomorrow I can spend some time cleaning up. Uh oh. What the? I've never been so confused. What the hell is wrong with tissue? Well, a common? The pawn begins its hate again. Breaky. Does this looks okay? What do the dragon think? I'm asking because I'm also opening up the drinks that I have. Wow. So many things on the table, oh my god. There we go. I did it. Wait, I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Oh, my hand tracking died. That's on my end. There we go. Oh, I should. It's okay, no big deal. America! Should be longer. Fuck yeah! Damn, that's kinda hype. America! Ooh. Is this song say slavery? You don't say fuck yeah to it. To it, you don't say it. Fuck yeah! Suck on my balls, really? What a dangerous music. You don't just say slavery and then follow up with a fuck yeah. Oh my god. Books. Oh wait, it's the front of the horn. Oh wait, so it should be like... Oh wait, that's weird, oh no. Okay, wait. Don't do this, yeah? Like these two. Like this one, get this one. Yeah, it is close to like this line right here. Maybe? Yeah, I mean, it's close to looking like this. I feel like I missed it.
までも続くようなあの季節は憂鬱並ぶまだこの前を遮るものは何もアスファルト背にしぐれを反射して君という沈黙が聞こえなくこの日々が色あせる僕と違う君の匂いを知ってしまっても置き忘れてきた永遠のそこに今でも青が澄んでいる今でも青は澄んでいるどんな祈りも言葉も近づけるのにどうが抜けたまるで静かな恋のような頬を伝った夏のような色の中君を守る言葉がずっと喉の奥に使えてるまだ会えるのねって声にならない声
Maybe don't do that.
君の笑顔の奥の憂いを見落としたこと悔やみ尽くしてあとばらと咲いて散っていく君さよなら今でも青が澄んでいる今でも青は澄んでいる
Broken polygon. It's not exactly broken, just a very tight polygon. I would say it's kind of close enough. It's kind of close enough, I feel like. I think it's actually not bad. Alright, I like the shape. I like it.
And I forget just why I taste, so yeah, guess it makes me smile. I found it hard, it's hard to find a well, whatever, never mind. Hello, 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 hello,
Now we need to add the jewelry here. 2 stretch out rings. I mean, one ring and 1 sphere in the middle should do. Oh wait, one stretch out ring here. I think I could merge these 2 now.
Just listen, once cold the years, the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just lean.
Oh, it's so in the middle. I have to get that shape right. I don't think that's the way to do it. Oh, wait. This might be very stupid, but it might just be the way. If I use 2 cubes, well, look, I did the horn like this. I haven't stick them together yet, but do you think this horn looks okay-ish? Looking good? Because I sort of made a bit of my own decision here to. I don't know if you're okay with this, but I kind of not want to make this in front. Instead, I want to make this at the back like this. So I sort of put it at the back instead of at the front now. And once I connect them together, I'll make this horn will be in front of this one right here. I don't know if you're okay with that. I haven't done it yet, so but you can decide once I guess you can say if it's good or bad once I did it fully, question mark? I mean, currently I'm trying to do the jewelry here. The jewelry. I'm fine with that. Oh. Okay, then I'll do that first, and then you can still, of course, decide later. But now I have a plan. Not stinky. Everyone wants to eat me and I don't know why. But I'm not trying to eat Brekkie though. Everyone, I mean, woman Eevee. Woman Eevee, huh? Green makes people big and strong. You know, I actually cannot argue with that. True.
على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا نهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني على أرض تلاقيني أنا نهلي أنا فديهم والله أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
I don't need to do that. I have another idea.
وقفنا لك يا ديرتنا بعزتنا وعروبتنا أرض القدس نادتنا صوت بمين عديدي فلسطيني فلسطيني أنا دمي فلسطيني
Bad water. We should all eat Brekkie. If if I'm thinking about food, the first thing when I look at Brekkie reminds me of gummy candy. something like that. I feel like, yeah, that would be how I perceive braggy as a food. Oh my god, this music is kind of hype though. Healthy gummy candy? Could be, could be.
فلسطيني وابن احرار شبيني بالسما ومغوار على عهد الوفا دار وعمره ما انحنى شبيني انا دمي فلسطيني انا دمي فلسطيني 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 انا دمي فلسطيني
I mean, it's not the best looking, but Bella Ciao? I don't know what this music is, but it sounds kind of cool. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep this shape. And then add this jewelry. Yep, that looks good. I need a stretched out ring for this. It's like a political music. Actually, I have no idea. The gem is only visible on the front, so the back will only be at the back of the gem. Isn't gem like one gem? Back to uni work. I miss Bracky. Me too. But still, good luck with uni, Bracky. There we go. Maybe. I find this shape looks kind of funny, but I kind of like it. One sphere should do it, right? Paranoia Cafe. Hi. Oh my god, dragon. I'm a dragon too, but dragon. Oh my god, I like dragon. Oh, Paranoia is doing really good. Okay, I need Sophia.
Henry Kissinger has died today.
Some folks are born made to wave the flag. Ooh, they're red, white, and blue. And when the band plays hail to the chief, ooh, they point the cannon at you, Lord. But it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no senator, song. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no.
I feel like, yeah, I should rotate a little bit like this.
Some folks are born silver spoon in hand. Lord, don't they help themselves, y'all? But when the tax man come to the door, Lord, the house looking like a rummage sale, yes.
Doing alright? Heck yeah, good to know.
I ain't no millionaire son, no. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one, no.
Hey, necklace. Big necklace. Looks nice so far. Oh, thank you. Speaking of art, I always enjoy looking at your art, Paranoia. It's so unique and cool. What's this remix called? This one. I've been listening to this playlist by them. It's very nice. I'm 122 musics in already. Heck yeah. There's some really good ones in this playlist. Last Christmas? Oh no. Oh, that's pretty sweet. This is from 1 year ago. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Cobalt necklace. I think all the jewelry can be made into one mesh, I feel like. Okay, maybe rings as one mesh. Rings as one mesh. Necklace is one mesh. I think that makes more sense. There we go. Ring and necklace. Very, very nice. Very nice. Now the problem is the horn. Because the horn, I want to make them into like one mesh. With the face. Is that a good idea? Is it a good idea to make the horn with the face? I'm not too sure. I actually see. Oh, this one here. I want just a little bit more volume here. Yeah. Maybe? I think it's getting close. It's getting there. Suddenly JJK, what a thing to wake up to. The music, JJK? Specials. It's an anime question mark? Yeah, it's Jujutsu Kaisen ending. Although Eurobeat. Eurobeat. There's so many music, I don't know what it is, but I like them. I think my personal favorite is definitely Fuck Bitcoin. That one is like 100% my personal favorite. Why would you fuck Bitcoin? In a bad way, yeah. It's giving you way too much attention. True. Bitcoin's stupid anyway. I'm not crypto bro, nor defend, nor to defend anyone. I just think Bitcoin is just stupid in general. But I do feel like the majority of populace is mad at Bitcoin because they missed it. They missed when it was dirt cheap. All I know is that Bitcoins make the PC shit so expensive. And now I'm just mad that they miss out on a shitload of money. I don't care about the money that they cost or like they earn. All I know about Bitcoin is when I know about Bitcoins, they are destroying the PC, like the GPU, and just all the PC things are becoming 10 times more expensive, and it's all because of them. It's so fucking stupid. I have no good thoughts about any Bitcoin miner or just Bitcoins in general. Nope. I mean, I don't even know how people mine Bitcoins or how people get Bitcoins. It's like, if I hear Bitcoins, just what if I say that there's fucking space heaters that mine Bitcoin? What's a space heater? Like air conditioner but heater that mine Bitcoin? So everyone use that, or is that like a very known thing? Like every Bitcoin miner do that? Bitcoin mining is basically trying to steal from the blockchain. Well, okay, look, I have absolute zero knowledge on Bitcoin mining or Bitcoins in general. All I know is that the fucking scalpers, they make everything so expensive. I have no good feeling towards any Bitcoins or some shit. Nope. Like zero. Like people talk to me about Bitcoins, I'll hate them forever. I don't care. Like people, like if I meet a random people, they come to me, it's like, hey, did you know Bitcoin is a lot of money? It's like, go away. Do not talk to me ever again. That's my stance on Bitcoin. I feel like I just think Bitcoin is or is Bitcoin the same as those meme coins? One of my professors is crypto and oh no. What the fuck? A professor is a crypto AI bro? Anything that comes out from the professor is a fraud, I feel like. I mean, crypto bro, I might look away for a bit, but AI bro? Oh no. Oh no. I only know that it takes an absurd amount of energy. Yeah, that too. Keep saying us to use AI to get ideas for our presentations. Don't know about that. Crypto bros are the worst. I mean, again, all I know about crypto is that they're like, I don't have good thoughts about them at all. People who mention that they are like, oh, have you tried crypto? If anyone random that wants to be my friend talks to me about crypto, no. They will die on the hill telling you that you are missing out, and then they invent something stupid and lose everything they had. Exactly. Exactly. We have to hold a presentation of topics he suggested, and they are all about AI shit, and I'll be incredibly sassy about it in my presentation. Make it as subtle as you can. The sass and the sass. The subtle sass. make it about AI, but make a subtle. So AI. Just in conclusion, throughout my whole presentation, everything I said about AI is that AI sucks. Oh hell yeah! I'm gonna save again, and I want to try to Dynamesh. I'm talking about image post-production. I will take AI pictures and explain why AI sucks at making nice-looking pictures. Yeah. AI has hurt my community immensely, and just for that, I want it gone. Yeah. Every time I talk about AI, it's that AI should not replace people doing creative arts. Like art, like anything that requires like reimagination, right? AI just don't have that. So instead, make AI do any mundane work. File taxes, washing dishes, making food, or something like that. Maybe even not making food, right? Just anything that's mundane, let AI do them, so that us human with soul can focus on something that we like to do. Creating art, playing games, right? We can be a little bit lazy about it. It's... AI could be used for good, but all the rich people, I don't know why, for some broken fucking reason, or just like brain dead reason, they want AI to create fucking art that tries to do Studio Ghibli art, that's trying to do like high quality paintings. And what do they want? They want money. Because they are fucking rich people, and they just want more money because they're stupid as fuck. That's it. And like, they create AI, or they use AI to create those kind of stuff. It's just they just making artists work even harder so that they can have more money and they can scam people out of money as well. Fucking stupid. Like, I've seen some good uses of AI, right? I don't know if you guys know about Kitboga. Yeah, Kitboga has like AI that accepts scam calls, and the AI will actually like talk to the scammer, wasting their time. That is such a good use of AI, right? Like AI voiced character, like old people that baits the scammer to talk to them, thinking that they have money to scam, but then they're just AI talking to you. And I think that's so beautiful though. Like that's such a good use of AI. And then in the medical field, I heard that people has been using like AI to identify cancer cells before they are like developed inside someone's body. And I think that's also very fucking beautiful. Why not use AI to do all the good things in the world? Instead, people let it to steal art from artists, and then let more scammers work. Like more artist scammer out there. I get PTSD. Well, I get PTSD when random Discord people just message me. It's like, hey, do you want art commissioned? I cannot tell if they are like proper artists or they are just like scammer artists anymore. So it's just AI can be good, but the way AI is currently, like AI art, AI generated video, AI generation in creative field is stupid. They need to be gone. That's my stance on like AI creative stuff, AI generated creative stuff. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's immoral. It's like currently they're abusing that gray line of like, oh, it's not theft, it's AI. It's AI that is practicing, like they are generating art based on that painter's art. They are not stealing, right? They're not stealing. It's the AI. So we're not breaking the rules. We're not doing anything illegal. It's this gray line that makes people just go batshit insane for the scams. It's really bad. You got those messages too? It's everywhere, honestly. It's not just Discord. There's Telegram, there's also Twitter. Yeah, Twitter is the most prominent one, I think. The only cool AI topic he suggested was AI to make prostheses better. Prostheses? I don't know what prosthesis is. Okay, let me try. That was a little bit right on fucking AI. And I want to make this one in front. It's fake body parts. Oh, wait, AI can create that? Oh, AI can make prosthesis function better? Oh, see? That's beautiful. Like, come on. Instead, people just like stealing because they are lazy and stupid. Pick up a pencil and draw. It's more fun that way. Express your soul. Express what you want to express through art. Like, come on, man. Gosh. Why is this kind of funny? Oh. All of them could be like a in-game death sound. Oh. Gosh, I'm so nervous. I gotta fly on Monday to KL to do the... So nervous. I keep thinking about it, it's like I'm gonna mess up one way or another. I'm so scared. So the music is called Survivor, is that it?
It's a little cold in
Oops.
The loneliest Can you live alone with a broken heart in the cold rain? I'm giving it a try, I'll let it fly. You can count me in, so when the night falls, I'll be on your side.
My eyes don't hate it.
It's my defeated heart, got nothing to hide. It's my
My eyes don't hate it. Wait, ooh. Ooh, okay. I could make it look better down here. Oh. Whoa. Are you? Oh, what is your okay? Do you think this looks fine? For you personally, right? Do you think this is acceptable for this one? Let me. Closer. There.
and it won't go. Keep it close. Then you'll
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then I'll continue doing more of this, and I might be able to finish the head today. I think maybe.
the loneliest
This is kind of hype. Union Dixie.
Way down south in the land of traitors, rattlesnakes and alligators. Right away, come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the battles. Right away, come away, right away, come away. We'll all go
I will pay for the body on the 22nd. If that's okay for you. I mean, I'm not doing the body now though, so. Can you add more here?
I wish I was in Baltimore. I'd make secession traitors roar. Right away, come away, right away, come away. We'll put the traitors all to rout. I'll bet my boots we'll whip them out. Right away, come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie. Away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie. Away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie.
The side view doesn't look too bad as well. Maybe a little bit here that needs to be changed. I've been working on front view, I forgot to work on the side view actually. Just so you have the money. If you don't mind, that would be much appreciated. Then I'll work on the body as soon as possible. make it like move here?
Just like the wild wind, just like the wild wind, just like the wild wind, sing songs and like she's singing. Just like the wild wind, sing songs and like she's singing.
Oh, I forgot to mention. I don't know if I already mentioned this though. Because I'm not really confident in my cloth making skills, I'm going to be making BB naked, like without any clothing. I hope that's okay. I'm probably just gonna do a full body one without clothing. Oh, I did? Oh, oops. My bad. That's cool with you? Okay. Thank you. Feels like here, this part, it's blocking here, but it doesn't block that much, I feel like. Do I make the eyeball more outside? Oh, hi Evie. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. What? It might be too big. I'm gonna try a different method, but I feel like it's gonna be so jank. No, I don't think I can do it. Nope. I've seen people doing anime eyes using a very flat plane on in front of the eye socket. essentially it covers up the entire eye socket, and then they paint the anime eye on top. But I don't know how they rig it to move though. No, I don't think I want to use that method. It feels very weird.
On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. But there she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven.
Yeah, yeah. This eye is better than this one. Okay, okay.
And she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. It's such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face.
I think I kind of want to make this flippy flappy. Also one. Yeah, that looks good.
49 monthly.
Link?
Tile Rack Bongo.
嗨，婷姐，婷姐我很紧张哎，星期二跟星期四我很紧张啊。妈妈跟我讲我要穿长裤，我要穿好好的过去，很怕哦。
Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance
I don't want to wear jeans. It's so tight. I have. It's a long pants, but it's not jeans. Should work, right? It's not gonna be too long of a wait, right? I hope. I'm so nervous. I'm so scared. A long pants would do. Okay, okay, that. That sounds good. I think this one looks much better than. Okay. T-shirt can, no need formal. For both Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Czech Embassy. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I think this one points more down is good.
mirrors on the ceiling. They pink champagne on ice. And she said, we are all just prisoners here of our own device.
Mobile is just like going to UTC, just got more strict for security. Oh really?
Gathered for the feast.
Is it similar to UTC?
Stealing knives, but they just
Okay, well that sounds good then. The gun is police? That sounds like more security, yeah. But I think I'm okay with that, yeah.
said the nightman. We are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime,
I'm gonna try
but you can't
merging them together. "30 saves! Oh my god. Went through a lot of changes this Cobalt. Went from the initial idea like this. But it just doesn't look close to this one. This one looks like other ball, I feel like. And then the newest one I think is pretty okay. I'll try to add more sass with the eyeshadow and the eyebrow during the texturing stage. Okay, let's merge them. And then we merge this one as well. And we have one more at the back, right? So I almost forgot about the back one actually. Below, so around here. Oh, what is up, Jade? Oh. Wait, that looks better. Licks Jade. Can a dragon lick Jade as well? Can I lick Jade as a dragon? Is that possible? What if I lick Jade? My BF accidentally sent me a link to a recipe of something with sausages and deleted it before I could open it, and now I crave sausage. All the sausages, right? All the different kinds of sausages. It was on the hot dog. Aren't they the same? Because the website is more aimed towards southern home cooking. This song sucks. I mean, this song is because someone is very excited to be born in the USA. It's pretty hype, actually. I don't know. Maybe not this long. Can you imagine the worst place to be born right now, to be honest? Fair enough. That statement is very fair. Oh, it's curving down? That's kinda cute. The front view shadow looks really good though. This one complements it. And two horns in the middle. I like it. Points outside a little bit actually. Braggy's curse? What's Braggy's curse? Right. I feel like it takes a lot of space behind though. Maybe it's something bigger than this. No. Maybe. Hi, Tikaka. Welcome, Tikaka. Hope you're doing good. Thunder? Is it going to be thunderstorm today? Oh my god. Oh!
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I'm looping this one. Oh, I'm big.
You fix this in the context.
should be prepping to go to a con but got distracted. Ooh, have fun with con after Tikaka. Con sounds fun, heck yeah. I think the Backhorn like this should be fine. Now, question is the scale.
Do not come.
This is the old one.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
That mouse always so hype. I don't know if I want to merge these as well. I don't know. I feel like putting every horn into one mesh with the head is a very good idea.
You exist in the context.
Yeah, I think I have to merge them. It's a lot easier to handle after. It's harder to change when it's easier to handle. Make them bigger, the flippy flappy. Will do.
Save.
So, oh, yeah.
Do not come. Do not come.
Do not come.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
No. You know what? I'm gonna close the subtitle now. Done. I'm feeling rebellious today.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Wow. Whoa. Bad Dagon? No, there's no Bad Dagon. I'm pretty sure there's only a Dagon,
You exist in the context.
a good Dagon, a gooder Dagon, and a goodest Dagon. Right? Maybe a bit too big here. yeah, I think that kind of looks fine. The size is about here. Yeah, exactly.
Do not come. Do not come.
I love the part where she says do not come. Oh my
You
god.
think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Jade. What are you blushing for? It's just a sentence, do not come, it's fine. There's nothing that the You know, I don't spin that, it's fine. Everything is fine, don't worry about it.
You think this in the context?
No, I feel like this one doesn't need to be bigger because the size between this and this is mega big. Yeah, you know what? That looks good. Just, I don't think I need to make it bigger. Maybe just a tiniest bit, right? Just a tiniest bit. Yeah, just a tiniest bit. I think that's fine. Just because this one is mega small. This one is big. So, yeah, exactly. Oh, I forgot. There's a Sculptress Pro mode.
Do not come.
This one is really good at fixing broken polygons, but it's really fucking bad at topology, so maybe don't use that too much. You know, maybe not using Sculptress Pro mode is a good idea, yeah. I can show what it does. I'm opening up subtitle again.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Here, this is... which part is more obvious? I mean, everything is it's very balanced right now. I'll just find... yeah, here. So, Sculptress Pro... currently it's like this, right? So if I put it very, very small, the polygon changes depending on the draw size, right? The brush size. If the brush size is very small, that also means that place when you use Sculptress Pro mode, it's going to be full of fucking polygons. So it's gonna be very not optimized, right? Here's what's gonna happen.
You think this in the context?
Look at that. So this one is really good for if you want to manually get more polygons. This is one way to do it, right? This is one way to do it, but it's gonna be so bad for like topologies and stuff because it's all in triangles, right? Because Sculptress Pro works in triangles. It's like, it's pretty good. I usually use it to fix holes or like broken polygons. Something like this one right here.
Do not come.
Yeah, like this. It's a really good way. It's a really good. You can just do this and. Okay, maybe don't do that. But yeah, that's generally what it does. Cute Tekken. Bracky is the cute Tekken? Yes. So you're saying I can download RAM? No. What led to that? What led to downloading RAM? No download RAM. Oh my god, this is kinda hype though, holy shit. But you can just make more polygons? Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can just make more RAM. If I can just make more RAM, Pearl Jam will not starve anymore. Right? Pretty Dragon Spot. Oh. Hi, Nuclear. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh, my hand tracking died again. Cool. This is what happens when I use ZBrush along with hand tracking. It keeps breaking because my PC is like constantly encoding overloaded, so CPU essentially is not enough. There we go. Hi, Nuke. I hope you're doing good. I want ADK. ADK sounds so good right now, gosh. I also want ADK. But that's Oiter. Okay, let me merge the Flippy Flappy. I didn't change anything. Let's replace this. And then I'm going to merge down. And also merge down. And also merge down. So it's all in one. And now, if I de-damage, hopefully it's not gonna be too bad, I feel like. I can only hope. $50k polygon? This is not detrimental. $200k? It went from 50k to 200k. You know what? 200k is fine. Easier to work with anyway. Yeah, also here is like less holes. You know what? That's good. That's good. You're just having all the problems tonight. I've been watching for a bit. I just only now got the chance to type. I mean, the problems are not... It's fine. Not much problem today. At least a lot lesser than yesterday. We are not making it into the low poly count bunch. Oh, I will make it into a low poly, just not during this phase. It's fine. I still need to make it into low poly so that I can texture after. And ZBrush is pretty strong when it comes to this. I'm expecting to see 12k when we are done. I can lower 1 million polygons to 20k. You're underestimating my power. Just a big sensor bar. And then just the fishing sound is going to be like her butt cheek should at least be 250k. I got you. I got you. Yo. Pokemon is more hype now, holy shit. Only 250k. It's not enough. We need 10 million polygons on the butt cheek. You're right, we need more. We need at least 250 mil. If my PC will not be able, be able to handle that. It's an aggressive amount of polygons. I'm fishing as well? Heck yeah. Sounds like quit a talk. No, my PC's gonna quit on me before I quit on the project. Hiya. I guess a warm noodle is now a potential murder weapon. Sorry for it. It is what it is. Simply buy a quantum piece to make sure Woe's butt is as realistic as it can get. Oh god. Man, I feel like yeah, I mean honestly, if I can buy a stronger PC in the future, then I'll be able to work on models a lot more easier. Because I don't need to keep looking at the poly count of the models. Because currently it is at 200k, right? In total 200k. Okay. Alright, check this shit out. Look at this. Alright. Look at ZBrush, okay? Oh my god. Oh, it's going up. Oh, it's dying. Okay. At 300k it does this. Yeah, also my CPU is already like dying. I'm not trying to frighten. That's why I said my PC has been trying its best. Oh fuck, it's so funny sometimes. Teeth is what TTs? Oh, TTs are good. Show me the temps. How do I show the temps? The second tab in the task manager. Okay. I think it's like very hard. Let me go here first. This one, right? Oh yeah, I'm on Windows 10. Flashes TTs? Heck yeah.
Second pack it up on panic, better up. Who the baddest? It don't matter cause we just
What? Why are they singing? Oh my god. I'm gonna merge this as well. I'm gonna make it as less mesh as possible. So this, and also 2 eyes. I think the scale plates, I kinda want to make them into one as well. We're all fishing? Fish for Wool. Wool has a Kojo and Rally in. Oh, I'm drinking.
Wake up every day to the sunrise.
Thank you,
Have to
Chashu.
make a toy for some child, and we barely get paid at all. Toiling away in this
And gift
capitalist
sub
hellhole.
for Jade. Wow.
Gets all the milk and cookies, while we get nothing at all. He's nothing but a high school bully. He does no work at all. The elves have got to unionize, and Santa's gotta go. Sees the means of production in the North Pole. The elves have got to organize. Santa's gotta go. Sees the means of production in the North Pole.
It's a bit slanted, isn't it? I just noticed.
We're starving and our homes are melting due to pollution and global warming. We aren't represented at the Paris Summit when we're the ones dying from the changing climate. Santa's got an underground bunker. He's ready for the water war. Meanwhile, Con Edison and cut out power. Half of us sleep on bathroom floors. The elves have got to unionize, and Santa's gotta go. Sees the means of production in the North Pole. The elves have got to organize. Santa's gotta go. Sees the means of production. Sees the means of production. Sees the means of production in the North Pole.
But I feel like they're too close together.
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll be finished. Open up
Hmm.
Push it to the limit. No one left to stand in your way. You might get careless, but you'll never be safe while you're still moving. It's so real and double the stakes. Wide open like a bat out of hell.
Oh. Keep it a little bit. I wanted to make a Hydra, but I forgot. And I think that's too far ahead. Oh, I have to make a Hydra.
Welcome to the limit. Standing on the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head.
I think this might be the head. I think this might be the head, yeah. Hmm. I think this might be the head. Yep. I think it doesn't look too bad. I think it looks pretty okay. I thought the maximum jank made you the cursed bowl. The cursed bowl? Only Eevee can fish other people. Mao Zedong.做主人. Oh my god. Your Chinese music in Eurobeat? Wow. 紅嘢紅彤彤嘅. This looks so cool. Thank you, Doxion. Ow. I'm surprisingly tame. The really funny janky model where your limbs are stretched and your body is wide. Ah, that one is two different models merged together. My booba. So, also hi Doxion. Hope you're doing good. If I use okay, VC face I'm using VC face is this one, right? If I change the one here, it would be jank, yeah. Can you do it with this one? I might be able to. Okay, what model is like super duper jank? I actually think my Salazzle is very jank. Considering the amount of neck that it has. Maybe? Oh, it's just gone. Okay, wait. I need to find the model. Where the fuck? Reset. Oh. I don't know. Am I burrito? I might be burrito. What am I? Am I burrito? Wow. Oh, wait, I can try some other things. Wait, give me a second. My other models. Oh my god, legs for days. Ow! The tits? I don't know what happened to the tits. I got legs for days, holy shit. This looks relatively tame, honestly. Okay, it's this one, and the Salazar is here. I don't know what this model is. Oh, a snake. Snake looks normal, I think. I love how the dragon model of the milk command is misaligned, so we shoot in your tits. Yeah, exactly. What's the stupidest we can go? I don't know actually. What? Oh, this one is very accurate.
I don't drink Starbucks cause of anti-union policies. Don't eat McDonald's cause they give free food to the IDF. Don't buy Soda Stream cause they maintain occupation. But most of all, don't buy Sabra hummus cause it tastes like fucking shit.
Look, that's pretty accurate.
Sabra hummus tastes
What else? Oh, I don't have any other models. Let me go back to my dragon. Which one is my dragon model?
their printers are shitty. Boycott Siemens. I don't even know what the fuck they do.
Okay, I can try out other models I have.
Indian Oil. AXA is an insurance company. Just leave that shit to Luigi.
Hi, Fluffy.
Boycott is red. Boycott is red.
Let me try other models. We need to play Country Strike again sometimes. Hi, Metal. Yeah, we definitely should. I haven't played Counter Strike in a long time already. Only like once a week with my mid school friends to get the case, and that's pretty much it. Oh, Malzino is gonna be so jank. How about my own Druxon model? Let's try Malzino first. It's the same. It's the same. I don't know weird at all. Oh my god, it's the tits again! Oh my god, the tits! Ooh! Ooh! Oh, the hand looks good on this one. Wow. Slay? Damn, wait, that looks pretty good. Okay, okay. That somehow looks very normal. I wish there's an option to change model without needing to reopen the entire VC phase. Oh, I think this one is gonna be so broken. Okay, it doesn't change as much. I just have no hands, I think. No. Okay, I use my Cobalt model on this, and what's gonna happen? Oh my god, Tatsumaki Seppuku? Oh my god, I'm spinning! Tatsumaki! Okay, I think it's the model is too big, and most of the model is very small. That's why it's doing this. Oi! Help! I need help. Release me from this pain. Have you tried the snake model? No, right? Let's try the snake model. I mean, snake should be bigger, I think. Oh. Oh my god, what's with the hen? I'm evolving. What's with the oh, what's with the hand? Oh no! What the fuck happened? Oh no! We need the corpse, so I need to be exactly in the middle. Oh my god. I'm pixelated because I'm so small. I kinda look at why the tits are always deflated even if the snake model is used as the backbone. I don't know. Must be some of my the weight painting is wrong. Maybe that's why. I mean, if I just put it like this, I look pretty normal, no? Right? I mean, I look pretty normal. Just when the corp is finished, I don't know how to explain it though. Heck yeah. I think the best one is the snake plus the kobold. Nothing beats that. Yeah, nothing beats this. Yeah, nothing beats this. This one is just this one is just top tier. Yo, I'll help. Spin. Asserting cursed dominance. Oh, my tail is spinning as well. Look at that. My tail is so tiny. What the hell? Alright, this is perfect. Oh. Well, this is the model, right? Oh, there goes the kobold. Uh-oh. I kinda want to... eat things. Uh-oh. My limbs! My limbs! Don't squish them, my limbs, they hurt. Ugh. Help. Normal kobold? Yeah, very normal. Wait, that's just my... That's just my... That's just my... crunch. Can I play Dragonica? Can I play Dragonica? Can I be lazy and play Draganica? Yeah.
Make a thing where if people sometimes people I need to make a thing where people redeem the Kobo mic, right? And then people might get like the curse mic one or not. People might get this mic or they might get the curse mic. But I don't know how to make the curse mic also now. You? Altera? Oh shit, alright. I could do that. I think that one not too hard now. I might be able to just like take a screenshot and then just I can do that. Hi again, Pikaka. Yeah, Tuna Classic, it's so good. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Come. Why I hear come? Okay, oh, I might actually stop the stream here. Okay, let's go here first. Alright. Let Tall Kobo talk to you. Yeah. Yeah. No. No more arm? What arm? What it had to say, but okay, well.
That one boob? Interesting. Okay, look. Alright. I think... it's not I think. The spin? Oh my god, there's so many boobs. Some of the boobs at the suspicious area, but it's okay. Alright. I think I might need to prepare for the flight on Monday. That's why. And tomorrow, it's also because of this. Tomorrow I need to go photostat more things tomorrow. So I might have to drive around a little bit more than usual. I cannot talk normally when I look at myself like this. Oh my god. This is so stupid. I love it. Anyway. Oh, okay, breathe. It's fine. Anyway. Why is terrible? Oh no, Darcy, you're not supposed to look at this. It's okay. Tira ate the wrong potion today. That's why Tira is like this. Oh, does he? Look. I did this today. Well, for the past few days actually. Also, I forgot about my broken English here. Do a little dance. I'm dancing. Hell yeah. You drew that? Mm-hmm. I made this. Not this. This one. This one is too good. Also, hope you're doing good, Nancy. I don't know if I said that. That's really good. I didn't know you did art. I do, just very rarely. all the models that I have, I made it on my own. Well, most. Oh, at least the one that I'm currently using, they're all my own models. So, yeah. I do art just very rarely. Versus draw more? Yeah. Hey, I changed. I drew more these days, I think. I did. I want to turn back to dragon. I want to be dragon again. Oh no, wait. I forgot the squiggly arms. Let me become normal again. That doesn't look normal. Oh shit. This camera 8? That looks normal, right? I think. Okay, I'm back. I'm back at being no. Hi, Narix. Alright, now I'm here again. Yeah, where did the milk came from there? It's so weird. Anyway, as I was saying, I will not be streaming from tomorrow. So from Sunday until next Saturday, essentially, that I will not be streaming because I will be traveling to Kuala Lumpur for 5 days to do the Ministry of Foreign Affairs thing for my sister. So that's why. I'll be back on next Saturday now. My flight is Monday, and tomorrow I have more things that I need to prepare for a little bit. So that's why tomorrow I will not be able to stream. I'm going to drive around a little bit more so that I can get some of the documents done as well. So yeah. That's why. I miss Kobo. Honestly, I'll miss being here, like, always. Oh my god, what the fuck? Why did it become Monster? Oh, that's the end of the playlist? This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Yep. I wanna play more Monster Hunter. Oh! I found mods. Actually, no, Salo found mods that helps me able to play Monster Hunter at 60 FPS. I actually play Monster Hunter Wilds with 60 FPS now. Well, 30, right? 30 FPS. But then I have the lossless scaling to make it 60. And the game looks good. Oh my god. Well, good. to the best extent that my PC can handle. So, yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Goodbye forever. No, no, don't goodbye forever. I'll cry. I have to delete whole wilds to make space and says, Tell me about it. Not that much thing to do after you get the Ethered. Oh, Ash Tempered Radar. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, sometimes I go to the game. Right, now hear me out. I'm not weird, okay? I'm not weird, but hear me out. So sometimes I open up the game, I dress up as Malzino because I have mods, right? And then I go to a Mizu quest and then just get slapped around and then trying to take as much picture as possible. And then I failed the quest. And then I said, that's a good hunt. You know what mods I have installed in a different folder? Surprisingly, no. I only heard about that there's this like slit or thick mod for Sacred, but I don't know. I don't know if I want that for my Sacred. For now, anyway. Maybe in the future I want to. I'm not. Monster just loop mods now. A few. Yeah, a couple. The first one was Retinol Stick, and that's pretty much it. It's almost the first boss that appeared. Really? Actually, you know, let me go to Nexus mods right now real quick. Nexus mods Monster Hunter Wilds. I am not showing this. What the fuck? The first mod, the first trending mod. Bondage Harness Arkfeld. Okay. Okay. The first mods were was she? Okay, yeah, I'm not showing the screen, so I can just put it there, actually. What the fuck is this? Like, brother, why is this a thing? Holy. Why is that a thing? Is it pronounced? No, it's XU is she. She, SHE, she. Shiwu. What the fuck? Oh my god. Why? Shiwu, like She-Hulk, but Shiwu? Something like that. Who the fuck is Henry? Who's Henry who? Anyone mention Henry? Not me, I didn't. Alright, I'm just gonna look at mods for a little bit on stream for some reason, I don't know. Monster genitalia sacred. Nice. Best for pregnancy, body glossy skin. What the fuck? Creator. Komodo Dragoon. No, that's the name. Komodo Dragoon is the creator. I feel like someone random. Yeah. Remove Slinger? Why? I don't get the modding scene sometimes. But hey, you know what? Monster Genitalia Sacred sounds really good. Look, it's sacred, okay. Oh wait, that looks pretty good actually. I'm not sure on stream, right? Yeah, okay. If I show this on stream, I'm banned. Oh yeah, that I mean that looks pretty good. Okay. Is it back? Honestly, I think maybe. I mean the mod is here, so I guess it's back. Show it to me. I can save the page. I mean, if you find it on Nexus Mods, it's like on the first page. Is this says deleted for you? It's here. Okay. I don't know how to show it on stream. I cannot show this on stream. I'm gonna get banned. Now you do, oh my god, that's loud. I don't have an account, so I can't see explicit stuff. Oh no. I wanna listen to... Is it not here? I still want to listen to Hakumu Village. Is it Hakumu Village? Yeah, Hakumu Village. Is it like full blast in the first pick? No. It's a slit. It's not very obvious, but still, I don't want to risk it. I don't want to play with it, I just want to see because I was curious. Fair enough, fair enough. Is it the files for this? Amstrigen suit for Palico. What's Amstrigen? Oh, that's kinda cute. Yeah, that's endemic. Oh my god. It's very cute. Okay, this one I can show, okay? Oh my god. It's different colors as well. Oh my god. I mean, you can change the color. Oh, that's so cute though. Oh my god. I like it. Perfect mod. Alright, I cannot show the screen again. Because I'm browsing through Nexus mod for some reason, okay? Dolphin shorts and casual top. Monster Hunter Wilds Lumiere BGM mod. 2336. Perfect mod is this? Hunter Mizu? Okay, that is pretty perfect. I have that. But the more perfect one is Hunter Malzeno. Just because, you know, Malzeno hot. Count the sword for Swillish. What? Lumiere? Yeah, I saw that one. Papyrus over on... No, it looks so stupid. Oh no, who? I mean, that's Papyrus, I think. Oh my god. Oh, it looks so stupid, it's so good. Oh my god. Alright. Papyrus. It's Papyrus, right? It's not Papyrus. Attack speed multiplier for longsword. That's a thing? Sands over Palico Chattercup. Oh my god, the picture is just a Shrek. Why is that Dong Dong Chiang呢? Default attack speed is 1, can adjust to 2.0, which is nuts by the way. Attack speed for longsword. Hiya, come for it. Drink? I will. Springtrap over chainmail. Freddy Fazbear. Pepsi, man. Is it Bayonetta voice mod? Springtrap over chainmail. Oh my god, what am I looking at? Prepare to get your ass jump scared. I guess. People spend time for this. And then you have Freddy Fazbear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can still see the person inside. No. No. Oh god. Oh god. Nope. 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 How come you're looking at this? I don't know, actually. Very powerful sport. Oh my god, it's just Olivia's picture. Oh fuck. Oh, this is so good. I want to save this picture. It's a WebBP file. It's fine. I need this picture. What the fuck? Oh my. Why do I can't. Very powerful spot hunters. Okay. Okay, NPCs aren't just a burden anymore. They can fight like real players now. And then the modifier is 1,000 times damage boost and 3 times damage boost. That's not... This mod is stupid. Hi Lex. Miku over Alloy. Ramlathal Blades. Hyper Mizutsune mod that gives the that monster a big butt. That sounds good. Panico half cooldown. OP. Oh. Lex lost a brain cell. Oh my god, people made this. Oh, oh I see it. Hyper Mizutsune, I found it. Oh my god. People... Why? Hyper roll. Oh my god, that is thick. Oh my god, it's so thick. This is actually just thick and balls. What the fuck? I cannot show this on stream. I gotta get banned. Holy shit, what the fuck am I looking at? Okay. Now, Chad. I'm going to send the link to the chat. Alright? I'm going to send a link. That is the mod called Hyper Mizutune. You go to the images and you look at the last picture, the 7th picture, if you will. Now, if you look at that, that is just straight up dick and balls. What the fuck? It's so good though. I can't. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, Breaky cannot see it. Okay, I have a fix for this. I can save the picture directly through Discord then. Breaky here. I hope WebBP file works. This is the one that I'm talking about, Breaky. Oh, there we go, it works. Actually just dick and balls. They're sending me spicy images. It's not exactly spicy, it's just the shadow of Mizutune looks like yeah, right? It's not spicy, but I feel like Twitch might look at that and be like, oh my god, dick and balls on stream, burn. I don't want that to happen. It's so funny, oh my god. I might get that mod actually, just because of that. Hyper Mizutune. A Kanto Greatsword. Accurate skill descriptions? Wait, that might be cool. Oh, wait, this might be a good mod. From this to this? Use attack gain against large monster. Increase point recovery. The effective frenzy raises attack plus 10 when against large monsters. Attack plus 5, affiliate plus 15. Yeah, this is a cool mod. I might get it. But let's not get too much mods, I guess. I'm supposed to be ending stream here, but here I am browsing mods. Panico Iceborne outfit? I'm still modless until reframework is stable. Fair. I just want mods, honestly. Sailor Moon wand, okay. Stop sign hammer. Stale exposed armor pack. What? Can I pair that with a Malzeno mod so that Malzeno is exposed? Insect spreader stab? Double axe? Josia the Black Dragon. Make Josia harder with more HP, faster attack rate in later phase, and go faster in other phases. All makes Joe weapon have another skill guard tree for shield. Oh! Guard tree for shield weapons, slugger for hammer and horn, similar surge tree for others. Door armor, dragon attack tree for series A, 1 for series B, and base defense now 70 instead of 68. That sounds kind of fun. People could just change that? Josia combat. So this is the mod I'm looking at. More HP, attack faster. Oh, yeah, faster at phase. Half HP at full black. Okay. Second skill at level 3. Max upgrade Josia. Half HP full black's a nerf. Oh, is it? Because we can cut tail earlier. But if we cut tail earlier, that means that the Josia is gonna have one less weakness, no? People that's not getting targeted can always aim for the tail for more damage. At least that's how I feel about it. Can you smack the stump? Is the stump going to be another weak? Like, is the stump still weakness? Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Bracky. Catch you to Expedition 33 Music. Maybe not now. It still uses a tail weak spot. Normally monsters have a tail and tail tip. Oh, okay. Then yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a... It's a nerf then, you're right. Well, a small nerf, I guess. Because they did say that the monster is going to attack a lot faster on later phases, so... Animated barber pole. Diva es nata. Diva es nata? Okay. Oh, that's so cursed. Do you want to change your handler to Felicita? Change Nata to Felicita or Lota or Eric or Maki. Fishtail. Still waiting for the Diva as the Entron White Fatalis. I feel like it's gonna happen someday, but it's hard too because people need to remodel the entire thing for the Diva. Like according to Diva's skeleton, they have to like remodel everything. Azul's armor side boob. That's a thing? Not really? No? "3D pubes." Oh, wow. The more deeper I go, the more cursed. Oh my god, Mizutune legs panties. Wow. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, I'm good with Master Hunter. Hunter Gomagala? Oh hell yeah, I found it. I feel there has to be Hunter Gomagala and then immediately happened. Oh, it was kind of an old mod as well. Well, not old. That looks so fucking good though. Oh my god. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good. Holy shit. Oh, they have the googly eye version? Oh my god, brick. A kobold's tail got a brick? Heck yeah. They have the googly eye version. I need this mod. Alright, I'm done browsing mods. I had my fun. Now like I feel like the deeper I go, it's going to be just like loot mods, and it's not even the good kind of loot mods. It's just like mega booba or mega butt. That's pretty much it. John Cena full release slash sound effect. Okay, maybe I'm not done. Oh, it's for Switch X.
Not.
Ow. Okay, I'm done. Alright, let's look for a raid target. So I will announce this on Discord after that. I will not be streaming from tomorrow until next Saturday. I know it's a lot of days, I'm sorry, but I have things that yeah. But I just have a lot of things I need to take care of tomorrow and also next week from Monday to Friday, so yeah, I'm sorry. But what I can promise is that I will do more art, definitely. Right? I think the next time when I open up ZBrush, it will be me working on BB's head, because this is what I have today. Right? I think this is going to be the head. Maybe in the future, if I see something that I want to change, then I can always like look back at it and change again. But for now, I think the head looks right. I think the head looks this. It looks kind of okay. But maybe the next time, if I open up this model again, I might look at it and be like, oh, there's something wrong, and I can change it again. So yeah. Next time when I open up this, it will be working on the body, or the neck and the body and stuff like that. Just a full body model, yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do next time. Next Sunday, not this one. Yeah, next Sunday. So yeah, I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna miss being here, crying, sad dragon noises, and sad Kobo noises. And thank you for the stream again. Sorry, I just suddenly got hooked into the Monster Hunter Wilds mods. I'm the only Kobold streamer right now? Oh my god. No. That's so sad. We raid into niche? Or oh hey, Tanri Sanun is here as well. Voices of the Void. I haven't read a Tanri Sanun in a while. Yeah. I think I raided Niche last week, I think. And I haven't raided Tanri Sanun in a while. Let's raid Tanri Sanun. The kobolds are gone. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Tanri Sanun is on, he's a dragon. Oh, I just look at Tanri Sanun. Heck yeah. Another kobold for the stream we're fishing at. Can I fish my own kobold real quick? Will it happen? Will I be blessed by Tiara? Maybe, maybe. She gave me a slip. Alright, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It gave me a slipper instead. Anyway, I'm gonna summon Bernie real quick. Also, here's my coffee. Any donos help. So heck yeah. Also, come here, Bernie. Do your thing, Bernie. You got this.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Appreciate you, Bernie. Always sticking up for me. And I also have a Discord channel. I will announce my stream stuff over at Discord channel firsthand. I don't think I announced my stream stuff anywhere else other than Discord. Yeah, I don't. It's just Discord only. So yeah, like the thing where I mentioned that I would not be streaming from tomorrow until next Saturday. I will announce it on Discord after, so that people will know. And I hope people won't be like, I just don't want people to stay in my channel and be like, oi, where the kobold, why not here one, hiya? Like for an hour and then nothing comes up. It's like, oh no. Like, I don't want that to happen. So yeah. Also, Discord we have Dragon Sipping Corner. Very, very nice. We love dragons. We love dragons a lot. And here's the raid message. I know today's stream is on a little bit of a shorter side because I am kind of nervous, and also I feel like I'm gonna need a lot of time to sort of do a lot of preparations just because of how nervous I am, so I think I'll be fine. Yeah. There's the raid message. I'm gonna type in the raid to Tanri Sanun. There we go. Fish my last fish of the day. I want to see what the last fish of the day is. I mean, fish of the day is a legendary, and last fish of the day is also a legendary. Good enough. Fish for a partner for life. Uh-oh. Please be something good. Maybe, maybe. Hey! I mean, a kobold and a kobold together. Why not, right? Anyway, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Dragon loves y'all, alright? And here comes the raid to Tanri Sanun. Hiya. Gonna raid to a dragon. As a couple. Did we just... That's double the bolt. Oh my god. 2 toon bolts in a row? Heck yeah. So I think since next Saturday will be the day that I came back to streaming, I might be doing repo. I just need to like sort of inform people a little bit earlier than that. And then Sunday, Monday after will be art again. So yeah, I will try to keep at it. I will try to be more consistent with doing art at least 2 days a week. Not this week and last week though, because something happened. But yeah, I'll try to be more consistent with art now. I don't want to like do art and then stop art for like 3 months and then coming back to it. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. So yeah, I'll see you guys next stream. In the meantime, take care of yourself, right? Remember, Dragon and Kobold loves y'all, right? Mwah. Take care. Love y'all. Bye bye. See you guys next stream.